I'm just setting up the live stream. It won't be long. Okay. So we have some people saying hello in the live stream immediately. It's always good to see. Okay, I've set the weather is on live, but I've set the time to early morning in Nikolski. This is a quick view of the route. So if we go and pull up show information on Nikolski. Okay, so first leg will be 40 miles up to Cape Field. So if we go and have a look at that, Fort Glen. So we're going to be going past some interesting scenery along the way. So finally, after the last leg was a bit of a stretch over the sea, we're going to be doing a lot of hand flying on the next few legs. So you can see we've got lots of islands to go explore along the way. And we'll be trying to do touch and goes at most airfields along the way, just to make it a bit more interesting. We're not flying the Kodiak into Kodiak. We might fly the Kodiak from Kodiak. So we're going to go with the 208 today, purely because it was updated yesterday. So, or the day before yesterday, I think it was. So we're going to have a look around the cockpit. We've got the TDS installed, which should be good. Actually, saying that, I'm not sure that the TDS picks up the flight plan from Flight Sim. So I need to go into Simbrief, don't I, to go and get the flight plan into it. So if I go to the dispatch system and create a new flight and make up an airline and give it the bones of the flight. So we're going from PACO to PADQ. And it's the C208 that we are flying. We're not going to do the route that they want. We're going to do the route that we want, which is that one. Oh, look, there's an airport that it hasn't got. PAUA doesn't exist, which is Cape Field. So we'll just remove that from this plan, but it's got the rest of them. And we'll land there anyway, or do a touch and go there anyway. So if we go and generate that route, and having generated the route, we can also send it out to the correct folder for the TDS to pick up from. So if we go to the, now is it in the Navigraph options? It's the download tool, isn't it? Or Simbrief downloader, sorry. So I think I've got it ticked in here. The TDS, yeah, there it goes. So it's pointing at the correct folder for the TDS to pick things up from. So if I export the most recent flight plan, then I will be able to load it into the TDS. Okay, anyway, let's go around and get the airplane up and running, shall we? So we need to put some fuel in it before we get started. So we're going to fill it up to, say, 80%. Should be enough for our journey. Actually, let's go for more than that. I'm not sure how far the range of this thing is. And we can always refill along the way if we really need to. Let me just check volume levels as well. So yeah, you can hear me fine. And we'll turn the simulator up a little bit. Okay, I've already configured the controls. Let's just go check that. So I don't need that. So there we go. Propeller is on max. Okay, so let's go and check the fuel selectors. And I'm just working through my own checklist here just to make sure I don't miss anything. So we've already done the propeller to max. Battery goes to on. And then on the lower instrument panel, the beacon light can come to on. So that's there. Should we have a look at the outside, make sure it's working? Where's the beacon light on this thing? That turns out to be a really good question. Oh, it is flashing. It's just very, very subtle. Okay, beacon light's working. So the avionics 1 switch can go to on, which switches on some of the instruments. Fuel boost can go to on or up. Starter can go to on or start. And then we're looking at the RPM NG, which is up here. We're looking for it to go past about 12%, and then we'll move the fuel condition up to low idle. So it's just coming through 10. And that's about 12. So then that can go to low idle. While we're waiting, we can go and log into the GPS. So the propeller's coming up to speed. So once we go past 52%, which we're about to do, we can go and turn the starter back off, which is over here. And put the generator to up or reset. And then fuel boost can go back to off. Avionics 2 can go to on. And then the nav light can come on. They're over here, aren't they? Yep, there we go. Go and calibrate some instruments. So calibrate the altimeter. You can see it whizzing around there. Calibrate directional gyros in case they are not calibrated. They look fine. So then GPS route, let's go and see what we've got. So if we look in flight plan, do we have anything? No, we don't. Okay. So what we should be able to do then, we'll just clear out the license messages. We go into menu, and I can never remember how to do this. Catalog, menu, import, and it's PACO to PADQ. So there's our route. Okay, so activate the plan, replace the currently route. There we go. So we've got our plan all of a sudden. So then go and look at messages. Tells us another one. And zoom out a bit further. Actually, I suppose we do want to see some of the features in here. Okay, so GPS is programmed. We could go and pre-arm the autopilot if we so wanted to. We'll go and put the transponder onto standby and check the other radios. So let's go and see, since I last flew this, it's 100% condition, it's good. Autopilot, do we want to pre-program anything? I don't think we do. But we might want to go and set the altitude for our climb out, but we're going to fly by hand most of the time. We can always change that as we go. And might as well put the weather radar, yes, on, that's good. So we're ready to taxi, so we'll go and put the taxi lights to on. And put the yoke back on for the moment. It's showing cold in the cabin because it is cold up here. Well, let's go. We've got a secondary unit down here. So what we can do to warm the cabin up, I've just got to remember where the controls are for this aeroplane versus some of the others. So bleed air heat on, and then just rotate this around a bit. There we go. Put it on 50%, and we should have a cabin temperature. It's over here. Let's put it in centigrade. That makes more sense to me. So we just give it a moment to warm up while the engine's busy spooling over. It's very quiet, isn't it? So what I might do is turn that right up for you so you can actually hear the aeroplane for a change. Okay. So let's have a look at the wind on the ground. So we can hover over the airfield and it will give us the text. So it's 250 degrees, 5 knots. Although that's not what's showing here. That's showing 180 degrees, 21 knots being... So I think it's just swirling around the area, anywhere between 5 and 20 knots. Have we got a windsock we can see anywhere? Because that might be more telling. There it is, look, yeah, we've got a crosswind. A really stiff crosswind. But it does point towards us being at the other end of the airfield, so we'll taxi down and backtrack. Okay. Come off the parking brake. Just make sure all the controls work. We have rudder. So we've got ailerons, we've got elevators. Very good. So let's go and set flaps for takeoff. And we'll backtrack along the runway here at Nikolski and then turn around, and we'll be going down towards the bay where the houses are, which will be quite a pretty takeoff, I imagine. There's a lot of cloud around, but hopefully if we're hand flying today and staying quite low, it'll be straightforward. Look at that windsock. So now we're on the runway, let's go and get the strobes on and maybe the landing lights as well, and hopefully not go spiralling off across the grass. Let's have a look at that from outside. Let's slow ourselves down. And we have temperature in the cabin. Let's just see if that's going to get too toasty or not. No, it's 15 degrees. It's still climbing, but we'll keep an eye on it. Whoa! Serves me right for looking around while I'm attempting. Look at the wind getting under the wing. Oh my word. That was interesting. Look at that. The kitty crabbing across the runway. And it's from the weathercock into the wind as well. So flaps up. Pull the power and the RPM back to sensible numbers. So there's the torque on the far left, there's the propeller, second gauge there. It's propeller. Should we get some lights on in the cockpit? It's a bit dim in here, isn't it? Well, we want the warning lights on. We've got no passengers anyway, but where's the lights? Here we go. Got to look where I'm going first. Got a... What's the vents? How do we turn on the overhead lights? We'll just circle around here while we're finding things around the cockpit. Floods. No, that's not what I'm looking for. interesting. Oh crikey, this weather's going to be fun, isn't it? This is not the default C208, this is the analog 208. And I haven't flown it for ages, which is why I'm having so much trouble finding anything. So what we're going to do is level out. We're going to dip down below this cloud, hopefully.
Pull up.
Oh, should we
Pull
stop
up.
the tours?
Pull up.
Otherwise it's going to annoy the hell out of us. So we're overspeeding already. Let's pull the throttle back. Okay, so we're on our way. Well, the sun's going to come up. It's only when we're in the cloud it's going to look dark in the cockpit, so we should be fine. How's the temperature going? 19 degrees. We're lovely in the cockpit. So we're going to be flying most of the day at low altitude, so it's not going to be a problem. See, there's our perilous takeoff, and those are the mountains that we can see. Unfortunately, they're not labelled in LittleNavMap. I wonder if they're labelled in Navigraph. If we were to go in and have a look. Mount Veseldorf, is that correct? So obviously this was originally Russian. We talked about it yesterday, briefly, about the sale of Alaska to America. So, the cloud is looking pretty horrific through there. Did we put the pitot heat on, by the way? Anti-ice pitot heat. We want to switch that on, because this could get dicey. Especially, you can see the snow line, look, as the temperature's getting colder. So this is going to take several hours today, but we're going to pick our way up the coast and do touch and goes at as many of the airfields as we can. So if we have a look, our first stop will be Padu. So it's go back to 75% on the speed and see if we don't overspeed the aircraft doing that. Just flying along steady, or fairly steady. We'll keep all the lights on. Looks like we have some company. So, first waypoint is... this is going to skip that first waypoint, isn't it, though, because it didn't have it in Simbrief. Therefore, we haven't got it in here. I wonder if we can inject it, because this has the flight sim database accessible to it, I think. So, the one we want to eject is Padu, after Peko. So, if we come back in and go flight plan. Oh no, it is in here. Interesting. Oh no, sorry, no, we're missing one out, aren't we? PAUA is the one we're wanting to add. So if we go in here, insert before, P. Oh, this is going to be tricky, isn't it? Especially with these hills nearby. Yes, I know we're too close to the ground. No, it can't find it. I think this only has access to Navigraph, which didn't have it. Okay, that's fine. Let's see how much icing we get doing this then. It's actually saying, have we frozen up the instruments already?
$500.
Let's see if there's any ice forming on the aeroplane. Nope. This is fun, isn't it? Just keep an eye on the attitude indicator, and we'll be fine. We might want to zoom in though and slow down a bit. We're overspeeding. So let's pick our way through the cloud. So yeah, this is going to be fun. So let's have a look at the map. So the first airfield, the one that isn't on Navigraph, is at the right-hand side, or the eastern corner of the mountain, which is hidden completely in that cloud over there. So we'll try and do a touch and go there. Now, is that an inlet or a lake down there? It's an inlet. Okay. It's remarkably dark, isn't it, under this cloud? My word. How's the sound? I'm always conscious of having the sound too noisy, but I want people to be able to hear the engines. So I'm being asked in the live stream, are you playing the movie Alive for in-flight entertainment? Well, I haven't actually got anybody in the aeroplane. Nobody wanted to entrust himself to me. Has this got the option of showing the co-pilot? I don't think it has. Not from internally. Okay, so we're coming out of the cloud now a little bit. It's a bit windy and a bit turbulent around these headlands, but it's looking okay. So, further on down here we should find the first airfield where we're going to do a touch and go. So we'll need to figure the wind out on the way. Will this give us the radio frequencies? No, there isn't any comm radio at this airport, which is really useful. It's showing 255 knots again. I think the NOAA data just is almost non-existent up here. So the simulator's giving us more like 20 knots from the southwest, which would imply there's several runways here, but would imply using runway 22 for our touch and go. We'll have a look. So 845 Sim is saying at least you can't eat yourself. You obviously haven't seen the Pepper Army advert in the UK from the 1990s then, where he did exactly that. I think the slogan at the end of the advert was "Pepper Army, it's a bit of an animal." Get the speed on. Now we've levelled out. Shouldn't be at too much risk of overspeeding the airframe. No ice forming on the wing. That's always good. No ice forming on the nose either. Despite our first trip through the cloud back there. I think it might get clearer and clearer as we go on. I'll have a look on Navigraph in a minute at the weather forecast. So looking at the map, where is... Okay, it's right on this headland that we're just heading towards. So someone's commented saying it's the Black Square Caravan. That's exactly right, it is the Black Square Caravan. So yeah, we got the temperature about right. Look, it seems to have levelled out to 22 centigrade in the cockpit, which is perfect. Should put the yoke back on, so you get to see my control inputs if I'm on the internal camera. At the moment it's trimmed out quite well. Start looking out for runways. There's a road down here. Well, it looks a bit like a road, scraped into the snow. I'm on airport lookout duty now. It's somewhere down on this corner of the island. I'm going to cross over to the next island in a few moments after we've done our touch and go. Is this it down here? Looks like signs of civilization down here. A runway, or rather I can see a rectangle cleared of snow. Could that be the runway we are going to do our touch and go onto? I think it is. So we're going to go along it, turn around and come back. There's another runway over there, look. And another one crisscrossing both of them. So we're down to 120 knots. First stage of flaps. Stage.
500.
Remember, we're only doing a touch and go, so I'm not going to go to full flaps. Okay, so we have the choice of cutting across and following the coast round or flying over water for a long way. So I'm going to cut across and follow the land over here. Otherwise it'd be tremendously boring just to fly across this stretch of water. So let's go straight across. I've forgotten I'm not running Volanta again, am I? Doing well at this, aren't I? This is not the best thing to launch when you're trying to fly the airplane at the same time. So we want to put into here our flight plan. Let's make it a bit smaller. It's got the wrong aeroplane because it's picked up the tail number, which is the same across all of the Asobo airplanes. But we'll forget that for the moment. So add a flight plan, pull it in from Simbrief. There we go. And then we should be able to follow flight, and there we are. And obviously it doesn't understand point to point, so we'll just leave it running in the background. Okay, let's have a little look at the place we're crossing over to. So this is Unalaska Island, or Unalaska Island, I'm not sure how you pronounce it. So how far have we got? We've got about 50 miles until the next airfield. So the GPS will be working now, obviously, because we haven't got the case of the missing airfield in the Navigraph database. But we can go and zoom in a couple of steps on the GPS. So you can see we're leaving the track to a certain extent. If we stay to the left hand, or the westerly coast of the island, I suppose it's north. No, it is westerly coast. I was going to say no, it's the northerly coast. This island's almost east-west, isn't it? Its orientation. So south is that way, north is that way. So Unalaska Island. It is incredible in this sim, isn't it? If you go, and it's going to be even better in 2024 when you go, and if we go and descend down to the tree line as we're travelling along here, the amount of detail, even in places, you know, that are supposedly low detail,
500.
is crazy. Like this little river winding its way, or stream. We didn't put the transponder on, did we, earlier? Not that it's going to make any difference because we're not on air traffic control, but we'll see. We ought to correct the direction of the track as well. So it's 47 degrees was our supposed track. So let's go and at least get this pointed the same direction that the GPS track is. So we've got some orientation assistance along the way. Yeah, let's go the left side of some of these features rather than over the top, the northern side of them. Civilization. This must be a very
500.
very remote place to go visit, or to live in even. Let's have a look at the map. So we're just coming up the edge of Unalaska Island, and then we're going to have some fun doing a touch and go at the airfield. So in level flight we can run pretty much 75% propeller and engine all the way, and that leaves the needles in good places. Fuel flow's looking good. Excellent. So those are the fuel tanks inside
500.
over there. Excuse me if I don't keep talking, I'm just enjoying the scenery.
500.
'Okay, there's a bit of a scenery normally over there, look. The missing land, but the bushes are still there. Oh, it's just filling in now.
500.
Low cloud base is not filling me with confidence. We should be able to squeeze through though. If anybody wants to join in, I'm on the Southeast Asia server. If I go and look behind myself, yep, there's somebody right behind me now. Should find out who it is and embarrass them. CJM845. Yeah, if anybody wants to join in and fly the route with us, I'll obviously be on here most of the afternoon into the evening.
$500.
It's funny, isn't it, when you get these natural kind of valleys like this, it reminds me a little bit of Prometheus, the movie. We're overspeeding. Just lift the nose. So we got fuel quantity over there, and it's sloshing around. It's moving the needles around, which is amazing simulation, really.
$500.
Okay, so we need to start picking our way through the hills, so we're going to go for this low point over here. Obviously the Caravan can climb its way out of trouble fairly easily. Oh my word, look at all the snow. Guess we have to get used to that, because the further north we go,
500.
the more snow we're going to see. So we're right on the snow line, really. Yeah, look, this is like getting into the proper cold territory ahead. Okay, so let's have a quick look at the map. I guess we can go up this inlet, which would be round here. Or would it? No. We're looking at that one, aren't we? Which is up here. Let's have a quick look on the map. So do we go round or over? I'm just worried if we go over, we'll end up in cloud at some point in the next few miles. I think that cloud's quite a way away though. This one isn't. I just don't fancy being in cloud over mountains without knowing exactly what's there.
500.
I mean, we can always switch tours back on, which would warn us. I think we'll be okay, actually.
500. 500.
The altitude warning's going to drive us
500.
twist, isn't it? Unless we just take the aeroplane up to a few thousand feet and let it cruise along on autopilot until we get to the waypoint. Which we could do for some of the legs, I guess. Isn't it amazing, sorry, how different the landscape is just in a few miles? So if we did want to use autopilot, we can switch it on. So I've just turned it on. You can see it's lit up with AP over here now. And we can whiz the heading bug.
500.
Go to heading mode and press altitude a couple of times. It's not going to play ball with us, is it? I'm coming off. Oh, hang on a second, there's somebody at the door. That's classic timing. I'm just going to pause it, back in a moment. Can't make that up, can you? And this is why I usually record it like after 11 o'clock at night, because there's very little chance of people coming to the door. And people wonder why I make mistakes in the videos. It's because, yeah, usually it's between 11 and 1 in the morning that I record anything. Purely because of what just happened. That turbulence kicking the aeroplane around. It's the wind whistling down through these valleys. It's like on a bucking bronco ride. Should put the head tracking back on.
500.
It's better. So just coming back towards the track. Okay, so maybe we have another go with that autopilot now. We've got a chance to play.
500.
So if we go and turn autopilot on, it will go to roll and pitch hold, which is exactly what we want. You can see we're about 2,500 feet at the moment. So let's go and we'll leave it, yeah, we'll take it up to 3,000. And if we press arm, is it going to let us do this? We'll go altitude. This is interesting, isn't it? Oh, it's working. No, it's still not working. So we'll go heading bug mode. Now it's working. So what it should do is it's climbing at 900 feet a minute till it gets to 3,000 feet, and then it or 2,900. Going this 3,000 now. And it will take us straight there. So we're about to cross the track. You can see that on the CDI. So if we went to nav mode, it's in GPS. The CDI mode is in GPS down here. So I don't have to be so hot on the heels of the aeroplane. and I can have a look around without any fear of crashing into anybody. So what does our fellow pilot have? C208, although it's not drawing that because the sim's doing its famous model matching, unless they've got a custom livery maybe. So if we wanted to pop ourselves up above that altitude en route, we can just go and press roll the altitude and then give it a rate. So we'll give it 500 feet a minute. You can see it's going to climb 500 feet a minute to get to 4,000 now. Should we ever play with VORs while we're en route? Have we got any? No, not for quite some time. There's a Vortec up at Cold Bay. So what's the range on it? 200 miles. Oh, we'll be able to see it then. 11260. So if we go and program 11260, transfer it to active. Actually, we want that to work on VOR2, also Nav2. So I'm presuming, does the KNS80 give us Nav2, or does the GNS 430? I'm guessing it's the GNS 430, 11260. We want to switch back. Sorry, I'll get it right eventually. 11260, switch that to active. Is it going to come on? Yeah, it's saying 2. But... oh, really? Does that mean then... oh, it's in GPS mode. So if we change the CDI mode on this one, does that mean we can use it independently of each other? Yeah, I very much doubt that's working correctly. Or maybe you can't. Maybe the GPS mode on the primary receiver sets the mode for the other instruments. So maybe you can't mix and match them. I wonder if you can do it with the KNS80 though. We're getting closer, by the way. So you'll see the airfield down here. Is that it down there? Or is it around the corner? Can't see it now. It's behind this headland. It's hidden from us. So let's go and come off the autopilot for the moment. And descend down. And then when we come around the corner, we should see the airfield and be able to arrange doing a touch and go. Let's put the head tracking on and center ourselves up. So, Marcus Johnston says, once 2024 is out, am I going to be doing anything with 2020? I very much doubt it. I will probably save myself a couple of 100 gigabytes of hard drive space, if not more, by removing 2020 the day that 2024 comes out. It's funny, since getting the new computer, I haven't even installed DCS. So the runway is along the edge of the hillside down there. So which way is the wind showing? 11, no, it's a crosswind. So we'll come in from this end. It's an interesting little place, isn't it? So this is, we get the name of it right, Unalaska, or Unalaska, I'm not sure how you pronounce it. flaps. So outside air temperature is 10 centigrade. It's quite warm actually then. In here we've got 23. Toasty.
$500.
We're only touch and going. Do I use any career add-ons? No, I don't. Although saying that, I have set up a virtual airline, virtual flight online that lots of people use to give themselves something to do, and that's got a full ACARS client where you can take on flights and or create your own flights. It has tours, and you can win badges by completing all the flights in a tour. The ACARS client does all sorts of things like measuring, you know, how correctly you've operated the aeroplane along the way. It's not perfect, but it's good fun, and it doesn't cost anybody anything to go and take part in it. It's called virtualflight.online. So if you go and search for that, you'll find it. Yeah, I've seen NeoFly. I've never bothered actually playing around with it. It'll be interesting to have a look and see what they've done in the new version of Flight Sim, because that obviously has its own career ladder where you can have various, how would you put it, certifications that your pilot can be awarded for completing various missions. Okay, so we got 33 miles to the next waypoint. And we've got loads of fuel. So what I'm going to do is put the autopilot back on, go back to nav mode, take us, we're at 2,000 feet, we'll take ourselves up to 3,000 feet. That did that same thing again, look, it reset the target altitude before it would let me get to vertical speed mode. And it's done it again, look. It's now set it to 0. Until I rotated, there's a bug in that. So the beep you were hearing was we're within 1,000 feet of the target altitude. But there's a bug in that. It went to 0 until I rolled the altitude knob and then it reappeared. It's a really subtle bug, but it's a bug. What I'm going to do is set that to a higher target Done it again, look. Because we got it zeroed out the altitude. So if we went to 3.5, it won't allow us to arm it, look. So, oh, sorry, hang on a second. So what's happening there is altitude's doing altitude hold. But to get to vertical speed, you have to press the altitude button. So say you've said 4,000 feet and it won't arm. This is really odd. Have they broken it? Because obviously if I press altitude, it then goes vertical speed. So I tell it how I want to get there. Now it's armed it without using the arm button. How odd. So everybody's saying you use the autopilot on GTN. I like using the instruments though, the ones that are there the way they're supposed to be used. I don't like taking shortcuts. I guess it could be this is interfering with it. Maybe. So we're within 1,000 feet of our target. We're going for 4,000. So let's have a look at the map. So we're leaving behind Alaska and we're going to Aleutian Island for the next waypoint. So I'm going to go and grab a quick drink while we're en route to Aleutian. I'll hopefully be back in time to circle in and do a touch and go. Be back in a moment. Right, I'm back. So where are we? Let's have a look. Just in the run-in, Akutan has got a water runway just down there, and there's like a dock. Should we go and have a look at that? And then we'll come back across the bay to the runway, which you can see. Let's just go and have a circle back. This would be an interesting place to come with a float plane, wouldn't it? Do I have the Kodiak installed? No, I don't. Not today. I'd have to go and download it from Simbrief Studios. I haven't got it installed at the moment. Not since I replaced the computer. I was trying not to install too much ahead of 2024 arriving, but I've ended up installing about, I don't know, 100 gigabytes worth of stuff so far. But I'm going to delete it all anyway when the new sim arrives and start afresh. And spend the first few weeks looking at, you know, what comes with the sim, which will probably annoy the likes of Orbex and Inibuilds enormously. This is interesting, isn't it? So there's like a lagoon to bring your aeroplane into. Obviously that's no good for us because we don't have floats. So let's go and see about going across to the runway across the way. Yeah, look at the settlement here on the edge of the lake. Or edge of the, it's not a lake, on the edge of the inlet. Okay, so just across the water, we're heading over there now, is Akutan, Aleutian Island. If you zoom in far enough on LittleNavMap, we'll get contour lines. You have to zoom in a ridiculous amount to see them. So which way was the wind? Okay, we're coming in the other end of the runway then. We'll fly around left pattern to come in. Do our touch and go. Which version did I get of 2024? I got the Aviator version with the intention of deleting everything and starting over, and just to see what you get in the Aviator version, to be honest. I've kind of fallen into this position of being the guinea pig who buys things to tell people what you get. So there's a few aeroplanes I've taken a hit for the team where the aeroplane hasn't perhaps been as good as we would have liked it to have been. So I've served as a warning to others. There's a joke somewhere there about, you know, learning that your primary purpose in life is to serve as a warning to others. Let me just center this up. This is being a real pain. F12, there we go. Now we can look around. Head tracking sometimes drifts, or if you like just now I stepped away and came back, and I wasn't sat in the same place, so it didn't like where I was sitting. So you have various buttons you can map with head tracking to reset it. Okay, let's come off the throttle. Get ready to drop in for our touch and go at Atikan. So we're within flaps range now. Back to idle.
$500.
Look at the amount I'm having to crab. So you've got two techniques with crabbing. I've shown them before. You can either crab all the way until you lose lift and then straighten the aeroplane up at the last moment, which I'll try to do this time. Yeah, this isn't losing lift any time today, is it? And then you straighten it up like that. The other method is to side slip the aeroplane all the way in. So let it fly again. Reflections of the mountains, I call that. Okay, we're doing a right turn and continuing on with our journey, and then I can have my hot drink I made 5 minutes ago. How are we doing? RPM's good, ITT's good, that's inter-turbine temperature. Coming back towards the track. Propeller speed is good, torque is good. So we just got a short 35-mile hop across to the next airfield. Which is PACS. I'll have a look at it in a moment to see which one it actually is. So if we put autopilot on, it will go to pitch, trim, and roll trim to begin with. So we'll go nav mode, please. And we'll say altitude's already at 4,000. So what will this do out of the box? If we say arm, see, some versions will go to 500 feet a minute automatically. Is it going to do that? No, it's just wobbling around and narrowly avoiding these hills. Whereas if we press the Alt button to get access to vertical speed, it will take us down to 1700, which is frustrating, isn't it? So the order you do things in is important, obviously. So you press Alt first, then you set it, then you set your vertical speed. You don't go setting you don't roll the altitude knob before you've pressed Alt. So it's all down to order of operations. So if we go for 5,000 feet, 1,000 feet a minute, and give it a bit more power, but not into the red too much, because we'll end up damaging the engine and get a chip error. Has this got a chip error on it? Yeah, chip detector. So what chip detector means, it doesn't mean it's going to find chips in the fuel. Well, it kind of does. It's a magnet that is looking for pieces of metal in the fuel flow. In other words, bits of cylinder, or in this case, bits of turbine. So if you overstress the gas turbine or the gearbox to the propeller, it varies actually model to model on the way the turboprops are designed, whether they have a gearbox or not. Some of them don't. Some of them, the main axle to the propeller is a free-floating axle, and the output of the gas turbine spins an impeller internally that spins the propeller. That's how turbofans work as well. But some of them have gearboxes, so it depends on the design. Tell I've read far too much about this, can't you? Most people are happy just to jump in the sim and fly the pretend aeroplane around, and there's me reading the books and figuring out how these pretend instruments actually work, or how they are supposed to work, and what things are supposed to do, which gives you a hell of a lot of help actually when things start to go wrong. Because you can understand. There's a bridge there though between understanding what should be happening and understanding what you're doing. So we just come through 4,000. The beeps were 1,000 foot to go until we get to 5,000. So you can see this is one of the features of the GTN. The circle around us is getting bigger. That is our glide distance from where we are. So the higher you get, the bigger that circle gets, but it takes into account the elevation of the land. So you'll see that hill as we approach will dent it, will dent the circle. Like behind us, you can see at the moment. If we zoom in, obviously because that land is above sea level, it's influencing the glide path distance. Interesting, isn't it? So, are we late enough in the day yet to correct the time? Should we find out? If we went to live time, so we've got it at 9:05 in the morning at the moment. It's probably still dark. Yeah. It's only 4 in the morning. I'll take it back out to 9. So I'm going to have a sip of my drink, and I'll leave this running on an external view for a while we make this leg traversing this part of the route. So 845 Sim saying he's printed out the books for the 208 and the DC6. Yeah, good luck with the DC6. I actually don't mind it. I used to be quite scared of the DC6, but as I've learnt more and more about the way engines work and the way the simulator works, it's become actually quite easy to operate. It's just that, yeah, the step up from a little, I don't know, a Cessna or something up to the DC6 is quite a big one in terms of managing the engines. But once you get used to it, it's absolutely fine. And if you follow the book numbers, you're absolutely fine as well. So, you know, looking for torque and RPM and so on, and, you know, keeping them within sensible temperature ranges, is absolutely fine. So you're saying you can't stop killing the number one engine, it never stays trimmed. See, I've learnt over time never to trust the automated flight engineer in the DC6, because he makes bad decisions. So where does our route take us next then? We're on this crossing of the water over to the coast of Unimak Island, or Unimak Island. Cape Sarashef, Papa Alpha Charlie Sierra. So we should see a little airfield down here soon. Should we start descending for it? So based on what we just told ourselves, we press altitude, then we set what we want. It will go to 0, but then it will suddenly remember, which is a bit odd. And then we can go and set our vertical speed. So say, except it won't take minus. No, oh no, that's the feet per minute is with the up and down. Sorry, altitude 1,000, no, 2,000 would be enough, and then yeah, feet per minute is on the buttons. I will get it right eventually. The thing that winds me up in the simulator is different versions of this same unit are programmed differently in different aeroplanes. So they each work slightly differently. The worst case actually is altitude preselectors, which I don't think this has got one. But sometimes you see altitude preselectors, they look a little bit like this instrument here. And they are supposed to work a certain way. There's only a couple of units out there in the wild. And Caranado have always had theirs wrong. There's a couple of them in black square aeroplanes that work correctly. But it's quite funny because the Caranado documentation used to be accurate and it described exactly as it should work, but it didn't actually work like that in the aircraft. So at some point they broke it. I used to, back in, just talking about the DC-6 again, I'm reading 845 Sims comments there. There's a guy, I don't know if you've ever seen him flying online. His name was Horace. I haven't seen him around for a long time. He's a German guy. Really nice guy. And he became a bit of an expert at the DC-6. And he christened the automated flight engineer Gary. But he almost had a speech a little bit like the Bothan speech in Star Wars, that many Garys had died to bring us the knowledge about the flying the DC-6, because he'd booted him out of the door no end of times. Okay, so the airfield isn't far away. It's right in the trees here, so let's come off autopilot. Let's get the power off. It's down here, look. So absolutely we're all excited about 2024. I would think so obviously I started planning months ago, so hence the new computer. So this monster that I'm using, that you're seeing today, has got a 4090 card in it. It's got a ridiculous CPU. It's got 64 gig of RAM. It's got a very fast motherboard as well. It was built purposely to run 2024. It's got a 4 terabyte NVMe inside it. I may get a second one. We'll see how it goes. But I purely use this machine for flight sim. It's got nothing else on it. So which way is the wind? Which makes more sense? So it makes more sense for this runway, for the wind. So we do a bit of a Spitfire approach. So yeah, hopefully I'm going to finish this round the world before 2024 arrives. So I've got about 3 weeks to finish this round the world trip, which is why I'm kind of expediting it. But I'm trying to do it in a variety of different aeroplanes, and not just, you know, I could jump in Airbuses and 737s and have it done within a day or two. But there's no fun in that, is there? Flying along at 30,000 feet on autopilot. Is this an actual
500.
I don't think it is it? No. So we're going to go around and do a crosswind landing. Last minute change of plan. So the wind will be coming from the right. Wind is either stalling us or lifting us into the air like an elevator. There we go. The wind was head on in the end. Look, it spun round. But it's gusting, which is why we either saw the aeroplane sinking or not. Hey, out across the next stretch of water. Actually, no, it's the opposite way, isn't it? Yeah, we're going across this land, across this hill, these hills, I should say. So, actually, let's fly this by hand. Let's go exploring. Make it a bit more fun. Go and zoom in. So the island is Unimak Island. We'll go and circle around this hill and then go down through the craters over there, past the next volcano, and up to the far end where the runway is. That's interesting. So this looks like it's going to be a hill, but it's actually not. Look, it's flat. You don't get to see it until you zoom right in. So although it's snowy, it's flat. A couple of peaks in the middle. Okay. If you go in between these two peaks. Averaging on temperatures, so 23 degrees in the cockpit, still toasty. Torque's looking good, propeller's a bit high, but it's looking okay. ITT's good. Yeah, we're fine. It's always a bit scary going across these snow ridges because you can't see anything.
500.
Out of a holiday brochure, isn't it? So coming up towards 5,000 feet. So if we get the autopilot on, go for nav mode, the airplane will turn left and then right again in a moment. Then we'll go altitude, we'll arm 5,000. Press altitude again, and that will give us the opportunity to set the vertical speed. Just coming up to 5,000. So it should level out. Let's watch it do it. It comes out 5,000 and it should come off back to 0 as it gets there. And there it goes. And it's doing about a 45-degree intercept onto the track. Lights on. Yeah, this is not very bright. Okay. So the track will take us in between those peaks. So we're going to just miss that one by the look of it. Over the, looks like a caldera, doesn't it? Here, some sort of ancient volcano or volcanic. It looks that it was that big. Whatever it was in the past, it was huge. Must have blown the top off millions of years ago, maybe. So there's a wall of cloud up ahead of us that is the other side of here, so we might see it when we try and come down into false pass. It might even be worth, yeah, that route's going to take us straight past here, so that's 9,000 metres. Oh no, it's feet, sorry. I've never seen this in feet before. That's interesting. Usually these are in... Is it because it's American? Let's go and have a look. If we go and look at the hills in Switzerland. Yeah, they're all in meters. I'd never noticed that before. On the terrain plot in LittleNavMap from Google, it's all in feet. In the Americas, or in North America, I should say. Yeah, anyone's free to join me. I'm on Volanta as John Beckett. I'm on the Southeast Asia server in the sim. So anyway, yeah, we were saying this is at 9,000 feet, and obviously we're not at 9,000 feet. So what we'll do is align the heading bug with the direction we're going. We'll switch over to heading mode on the autopilot, and which side should we go? This side. So let's go and go 20 degrees off track for a while and take ourselves out to one side of the hill or the volcano. And we'll worry about the bank of cloud with freezing fog in it when we get there. So if you're in LittleNavMap and you've got the Google terrain maps switched on, which is an unofficial add-on, if you go to a particular zoom level, the contour lines start to appear with the heights on them. But I'd never noticed before that on in American territories it's in feet, which is really helpful. So in my head I just multiply the meters by 3 to get the feet, even though it's not accurate. Good enough for most purposes. So we're just flying out across the edge. So this is, does it say what the mountain is or volcano? It doesn't, does it? Oh, Shishaldin. Mount Shishaldin. What's the one next to it? Isanotsky Peaks. Or Isonotsky Peaks. I'm not sure how you pronounce it. So what are the heights for those? Okay, about 8,000 feet. Might be closer than we think. We may be very reduced visibility into the next airfield. So I'm going to start climbing. So we want to go altitude mode. Take this up to 8,000 or 9,000 feet. And do it 1,000 feet a minute, and open the throttle slightly, but not too much. I'm just watching the torque gauge there. So, and we're getting into oxygen territory as well, aren't we? Up towards 10,000 feet. How do you operate the oxygen in this aeroplane? Has it got a switch for it somewhere? There's air conditioning down there. Maybe it's automatic. I thought it had a pressurised cabin. Maybe it doesn't. going to be completely obscured from seeing much, so I'm just getting to a safer altitude before we turn back. So we are alongside these peaks at the moment. If we come out this way and then turn in, because we don't know what's in that cloud. Although we have got terrain view on here, haven't we? If I can remember how to do it. Yeah, so we're going to get red bits showing up there at our altitude. So off of our nose over here there is a piece of hillside at the same altitude as us, so we can successfully avoid it. We're climbing the whole time though, so those red bits will be receding. And there's our anticipated, it's got the blue banana in this case, anticipated arrival at 9,000 feet. We're 17 miles out from our destination and we've got 0 visibility, so we're having to use our wits and GPS. It may be that this aircraft just doesn't have an oxygen system. I know some of the others have, and they've got pressurization controls. So should we start a left turn in towards the direction we want to be going? So we're in heading mode at the moment, so let's go and... It's a shame there's no heading bug on this display. I wonder if you can switch one on in some way. So you can see we really want about 30 degrees just by looking at the rows here to come back around. And there's the peak, look. The one we've been so carefully trying to thread our way past, and the other one is hidden in there, look. Can't see it. Oh, the fun of flying with live weather. Oh, I think you might be right. Just look. Yeah, oxygen is in here, so yeah, and there's the gauge for it, or how much you've got left. So I guess you don't get to set the cabin pressure though, you just turn it on. I'm going to put it on, purely because we are at the right kind of range where you would need it. I think humans typically, I've got a book on the shelf about, I forgot what the title of the book is now, I'm going to have to look in a moment. Curiosity will get the better of me, but it's about human performance altitude, which is part of obviously flight training. That's at the mountain, look, hidden away. Yeah, male and female bodies react differently to altitude. It's a really interesting one that the female body seems to be more affected by altitude than the male body. In general, obviously it's not everybody, but in general. Okay, so have we got any other peaks down here that we need to know about? There's one at 6,000 there, but then it all just drops down. So let's go and take ourselves down to 5,000 feet, which will take us a while. So altitude 5,000 target, coming down at 1,000 feet a minute, and let's go and pull the throttle back. So as we come back down towards the next airfield, I'm going to drop into this cloud. Now, what's the weather report saying down here? Overcast at 1,500 feet ceiling. The altitude of the airfield is 18 feet, so the wind is 0 knots though, because it's down in this gully. So if we were to fly out over here down to 1,000 feet over the bay, we should have visibility of the airfield when we turn around. So we're going to be 0 visibility for a while. So let's go and change our altitude target to 1,000 feet. We have to do that first, don't we? So 1,000 feet. And then set the vertical speed to come down. Let's go a bit steeper. 1,500 feet a minute. So it'll take a few minutes to get down. We may have to circle. Obviously we can use this while we're in the aeroplane to do it. We're already on heading mode. So we're looking to get below 1,500 feet to get any sort of visibility back. So we'll be descending blind for a while. But we've got this in terrain mode, so it will show us. You can see it's about to go red on some of these peaks nearby. So if we were to look sideways, we'll probably, they're just in the cloud. It's so dangerous. Or at least I think they are. We're coming down 7,500 feet, or 6.5 even. How are we doing for speed? Yeah, we're okay for speed. ,6,000 feet, and we'll just start circling once we're out over the water. So obviously we're fine now, we're not going to be anywhere near any land mass, but we're going to lose visibility any moment, which is fine. So we're going to go out over this bay and then just start spinning the, we could program a hold, but we won't. Not going to bother. We're just going to start spinning the heading bug. So we'll stay tight to this side for the moment. And then circle over Bechavin Bay. Right, here we go, operation, circle and descend. So we have to make sure we don't go more than 180 degrees on the heading bug, otherwise it will try to turn the other way. Shall we try and move the camera this way? So we can at least see out the window and the GPS and the altimeter. Sorry, the HSI. Okay, let's extend this direction. Yeah, look, there's shadows appearing in front of us. And rain. We've almost got visibility already, so it's not too bad. So that one circle was probably enough. Yeah, because we're coming down so quickly, look. And there's the runway. Okay, autopilot off. Throttle to idle. I wonder if we can lose enough speed before we get to the runway to do a touch and go. So go and side slip it to lose some speed.
$500.
I guess if we turn out across the bay that we were just circling over, that will give us room to climb. So we have 40 miles to go to the next one. So let's get the heading bug pointing in the same direction as us. Just hold it on and let it rotate slowly. Okay. So it's coming up to 2,000. I'm aiming for 5,000 feet. Let's go and check the map and see what the... Of course, we could play games with switching on rather than looking at the feet. We could just show this in here. So if we put 5,000 feet in the VFR map, elevation plot, and that will take us out easily. Look over the next. That gives us over 1,000 feet clearance. We only actually need 4,000 feet. But it gives us some leeway in case there is anything. No, there's nothing in the way really. But is this going to lose us all visibility? No. So it's just this murk that's hanging over the land at the moment. You can see through it already. Interesting. Okay, let's go and increase the range out then on this to see the whole leg. So you can see there are some peaks that at our current altitude are higher than us, but we're going to be nowhere near them. So there's somebody in the comments saying that that was the most westernmost point. No, it's actually not. It's Attu Station would be the most westerly point. Casco Cove is the most westerly point of the United States. Or I guess that little bit there. We've learnt quite a lot on this route, so yeah, it's been fun. So you can see we heard the beep as we went through 1,000 feet short of our climb target. So I'm going to step away for a minute. I don't know what best to do with this in terms of leaving it in your hands. Oh, we can see a little bit now and again. So what I'm going to do is move the cockpit across like that and put this on the minimal mode so you can see that as well. So there's the current leg with our indicated ground speed, indicated altitude and actual altitude. So I'm just going to step away, go stretch my legs, I'll be back in a minute. Okay, I'm back. So we are en route to King Cove. Should we go and have a look on the map? See, oh, this is the map. I'm such a plonker sometimes. So the approach into King Cove is going to be interesting. We may end up doing the same again, circling over Belkovsky Bay in order to make our approach. So it might actually make more sense for us to track over this way. So if I go 80 degrees and heading mode, so let's go and get this set to 80 degrees, and we'll go around the bay to come in. It gives us some more time. So let's go heading mode now. And then we can drop ourselves down en route to the altitude we want to be at. So if we press altitude a couple of times and then go and set this to 2000, or say 1000 even, 1500. Any raise on 1500. And then come down at 1000 feet a minute till we get there. So you can see now on this map we're going to go through the gap and then turn in. So the height's coming off. And we'll see how we do. Dipping down below the weather, hopefully we'll have something to see rather than just blind cloud along the way. I much prefer flying with live weather. It gives you more to deal with. So there's always something of interest to do when you have the weather on. Doing this, let's go and check the fuel. So we started on about 8.5. Of course that's overspeeding, isn't it? Because we're descending so quickly. We started on about 850 pounds of fuel, I think 900, something like that. So we're still plenty. Oh, here comes the rain. Is that sunlight coming through over there, or is that a volcanic event happening? Must be sunlight. Where are we? Mount Dutton. Yeah, it's just sun breaking through the cloud, I think. Although we are heading for the hill here that we don't want to hit. The wind is pushing us sideways. So we'll go another 20 degrees. Just to take us around that headland. Although we could go through King Cove to get there. That might be quite good fun actually, in the rain. Yeah, let's do that. Let's take it off autopilot. going to fly up through. We've got visibility, we're not worried. In fact, the weather is clearing, look out ahead. That's a completely false hope, of course. So we're coming up King Cove, follow all the way up, and we should find our airfield we want to land at the far end. So let's go and find out, do we get any NOAA data on this? 190 degrees 9 knots, so it'll be a crosswind, no matter what we do. Gives us a bit more of an interesting route in rather than the very pedestrian follow all the way around the headlands. And you can see we've got a fellow traveller coming in over there like a UFO in between the hills. See their landing lights burning away. So I should follow the same direction they're taking then rather than go head on with them. So you can see them coming in for landing. Directly in front of us. So I'll go around to the left and do a right pattern in. Slip it to lose the height quickly.
$500.
To have a DC-3 sat down here with its undercarriage up, which is strange. Okay, next stop is 60 miles to the next airfield across the top of these hills, so we're going to climb out to a sensible altitude. So if we say 6,000 for the moment, feet a minute climb rate should be okay by the time we get there. If not, we can push on at a bit higher climb rate. So I'm just looking at the torque there. Keep it in the green. Okay, let's have a look at the map, see where we're going. So after jumping across the water here, we're off to Sand Point. Then Perryville, then Port, what's the full name? Hayden, Pilot Point, and then over to Kodiak Island. So we're probably not going to do these two little ones, but we'll see. We might do Larsen Bay. So if I delete, oh, we'll see where we go. There's no point modifying it right now. Desolate out here, isn't it? So out across the bay here, mercifully out of the cloud now. Just coming up to 5,000. So we probably only need 5,000. So it should wind out the vertical speed, and there it goes. As we get near to 5,000 feet, it's done it too early. So it's just winding back a little bit more and edging it back up. It's interesting, isn't it, how it does that? So let's zoom out. So the dangerous red areas have vanished almost. And we've got a clear run across now. Good. How are we doing for fuel? Lots of fuel. We've only used about a third of what we started with. So I think we'll be able to make it easily in one go, seeing as we are coming up for halfway. Hooray, we have sunshine for the first time in quite some time. Say goodbye to the threatening weather. So Emmett on the live stream chat is saying how he's found me on Volanta, but he can't find himself. That reminds me, I don't know if it's an urban myth or not, about the guy that went to the information desk at the airport, having, I guess, missed his flight, and shouted at the staff, "Do you know who I am?" I don't know if it's true, but one of them picked up the microphone and said, "Can somebody come to, I don't know, the British Airways desk? We have a gentleman here who doesn't know who he is." So we got a bit of a long leg now out across the water. So time to have a relax after the stresses of the last few minutes. So we're at 5,000 feet, flying straight across to the next island. Sand Point. Which is on Popov Island, or Popov Island. We're going to overfly Unga Island. So these small islands that we're just passing by, do they have names? So Dolgoy Island. What about this one? Does it have a name? Apparently not. Maybe it's part of the same thing. That's interesting, isn't it? Because if you pull up Google Earth, you can see the undersea features as well. I don't think I've got it installed. If we go to earth.google.com, give it a chance to load. Wrong part of the planet. Right, here we go. There's the island chain. There's Adak, Atka, Andreoff Islands. It's Tanaga. We saw those yesterday, didn't we? Nikolski, that's where we started from today. But the interesting thing here, obviously, is it gives you the undersea plot as well. Sanak Island, King Cove, this is where we've just been. And Unga Island we're heading to. It's fairly flat under the water here then. But look at this shelf off to the south of us. It's huge, isn't it? That entire side of the Alaskan seaboard is this huge deep shelf off into the ocean. It's fascinating. Okay, so we've got a few minutes to go, so I'm going to go stretch my legs and step away from the computer for a few minutes rather than sit here babysitting the airplane non-stop. I'll be back in a moment. I'll leave it on the outside view as we make the trip. I'll put this up in the corner so you can see where we are. So on our way to PASD. Okay, it's about time I started looking at bringing us in. Sand Point, so it's on the far side of the island. The wind on the ground is 0, so that might not be correct. I wonder if we open up the default window layout and go for Sand Point and go for comm frequencies. We have got not much in the way of 80s. Okay. Tracking's on. Just going to have a nosy around on the way in. Keep an eye on the airspeed as we descend. So our airfield is over on the land on the far side. So is this a crater or a caldera? So Sand Point is right on the water's edge over here. It would appear there is no wind, but we'll see. One of the advantages of the TDS, by the way, is it projects the runway directions. So you can line up very easily when you've got low visibility. So we'll go for left pattern. So you can see the beacon flashing there on the mast. Start winding off the speed as we come in. Spitfire approach coming up.
$500. Okay. Off we go again. So 60 miles to run to Perryville. I'm climbing out to 5,000 feet, 1,000 feet a minute. So it's going to be fairly pedestrian to get there. Let's go and have a look at the torque is good, propeller's good, ITT is good, RPM is good, oil temperatures and pressures are good, fuel flow is fine, and we got tons of fuel. Lots more than I thought we would have. Should we go and have a play with programming some of this route into the 430 as well while we're en route to give ourselves something to do? So we're going from PASD to PAPE. Ah, that's interesting. Why has this got bits of route in it? Oh, okay. So if we go press menu and activate the leg, it has got the flight plan, it just wasn't showing it correctly. Interesting. Many moons ago I wrote, didn't write the book, but I wrote a quick reference guide to the 430. Or did I write it up? Actually, I don't think I've done that. I've recorded a video showing people how to work the 430. It's really good. It's as good as the 530, it just doesn't have the rose mode. It has all sorts of features hidden away in it. Because it's got all the same page groups. So you get nav, waypoints, auxiliary, and nearest. And in nav you get, you don't get a rose mode, but you get like a data mode, which is handy for doing this. If you don't want to reprogram the corners, you get all the data shown on one screen on the first page of the first page group of the 430. So you get the track, the distances, the times. It's really good. And if you've got any offset, obviously this thinks it's working in VLOC mode. So if we go and press CDI, then this should straighten up. or not. And that's rather interesting. Anyway. So obviously it can do the display. It can do a terrain view in the same way that this can, but just not as pretty. It can do traffic, but you need to put ADS on. So to do that, you can do that and press enter, and that will show any aeroplanes that are nearby. What else can we do? You can simulate the navigation, or the satellites you're using for navigation. In waypoints you can look up all sorts of things. So you can look up beacons, airfields, runways, all sorts of stuff. There's a fuel planning computer and a trip planning computer. I'm not going to get into them. You can get nearest features. So nearest VORs, NDVs, airports, and so on and so forth. It's very good. A lot more capable than most people think it is. If you get lost around it, you just hold the clear down, and it comes back to the first page of the first page group. And then you can get back to the navigation. So Newell is saying, are we there yet? No. We're doing a stretch across the water at the moment, which is going to take a while, over to Perryville, P-A-P-E, and then there'll be a similar length stretch over to Port Hayden. So this is Ivanov Bay we're heading towards. So we're just passing by Caravan Island, which we'll see right behind us. So it's saying about 42 miles to go. I'm going to change the ETE, so we can say menu, we want to change the user fields, we want to change this one. Estimated time en route. It's 13 minutes of the next leg. There we go. Oops, wrong button. What sort of altitudes are we dealing with through to the end of the route? Shall we just leave it to get through to Kodiak without doing touch and goes, so I can go and have my dinner in a bit? But I'm not sure what time my dinner's going to be. This is going to be a fairly lengthy trip, and there's some big legs here. Let's have a look. So this obviously has no altitude data for the upcoming islands, which is not great, but we can search on here and do some cursory checks of our own. So that's 3,500 feet, looking for 4 probably. The next point we cross high ground is over here. That's 2,000 feet. And then the highest points on Kodiak Island, there's 3,000-ish there, 3,000-ish there, so 3.5. So 5,000 feet should be good to get us all the way without hitting anything. So if we go and program this for 5,000 feet, we're at 5,000 feet now. So we're already at a good altitude to avoid slamming into anything en route. So what I'm going to do is put this back on open window layout minimal for the moment. Stick it up in the corner. And I'm going to go and stretch my legs. I'm going to go and hide the taskbar. And we'll see how we go. So as we get near to each airfield, if I'm around, I will come in and we'll do a touch and go, and then I'll set it off on its way again. Should be fairly straightforward. Okay, so I'm going to mute myself for the moment, and I'll be back in a bit.
quick see where we are on the map. Miles out. Come off the autopilot. Pull the throttle back. Start descending. And figure out. We'll try to figure out the wind. No, we don't need that up. We need this up. NOAA is saying 5 knots from the north. So we're coming in direct if we can get slowed down and descended enough. So there's the runway. Let's see how it goes. Let's move the microphone a bit closer to me as well, hey? So just looking at the questions, Emmett has asked in the live stream chat how to get to Volanta to show you. It should connect automatically with Flight Simulator. If it hasn't, there's something seriously wrong with your setup. So while you're looking at your flight, you should just be able to click on Follow Flight and it will center on you on the map. Apologies for this, I'm just doing some crazy aerobat maneuvers, so side slip to lose some speed. You see the speed falling off over here. Still side slipping.
$500.
It's always cool, isn't it, when you can see your shadow approaching you. There's a bit of a bump here in the runway. Goodbye, shadow. Okay, so we're heading left. So we'll just give the airplane a bit of a left turn to avoid the hillside. Otherwise we'll be saying hello to the squirrels at high speed. And we're going to climb back out. So autopilot can come on. Nav can go on. Press altitude and tell it what altitude we want. So about 5,000 feet, please. And then press it again and tell it the climb rate to get there. 1,000 feet a minute, please. Is that going to be enough? Probably not. 1,300 feet a minute, and give it a bit more power. But have a look at the torque gauge and just get it inside limits. And there we go. And then looking down at the GPS, you can see we should be good now. So just looking outside, just departing the last airfield. So that was Perryville, and now we're on our way out across to Port Hyde. Weather's clearing. It was horrific earlier, wasn't it? Okay, let's come off the flaps now. Get some airspeed. back up in the corner of the screen and leave it showing the current leg. So we've got 66 miles up to Port Hayden. I'm just going to go and double check that altitude readout. 3,000-ish. Yeah, I look to be okay on our plot to cross these hills. It just looks scarier than it is. Well, I guess the bigger hills are off to our right, so the point we're coming through will have plenty of altitude by the time we get to our target. Okay, I'm back for a bit. So let's have a look. 20 miles out from Port Hayden. I don't think we've got any more hills to worry about. Let's go and I should zoom it. This is the nice thing about the TDS. Look, it zooms in as you get closer to your next waypoint automatically for you. So we can start descending. So go and set the altitude. To 2,000 feet and come down at 1,000 feet a minute. Pull the throttle back so we don't overspeed on the way in. You can see the speed is falling off anyway. How are we doing for fuel? We've got lots. So ITT is good, props are good, torque is good, temperatures and pressures are good. The only reason I check so often is this is a realistic aeroplane, so things can and do go wrong sometimes. So if we go and have a look in here, oh look, engine conditions down 75%, so how did we manage that? Did that happen when we were running it over torque maybe earlier? So what's actually wrong with it? Maybe just wear and tear. Needs a bit of a service. Because there's no warnings coming up. We haven't got a chip detector or anything. I've only ever been running it at 75% on takeoff. I've never pushed it to maximum power. It's interesting that it's caused it a problem. $14 miles to run into Port Hayden. Coming down to 3,000 feet on our way to 2,000 feet. Let's go and find the barometric pressure, shall we, at Port Hayden. Oh, hello. Navigraph's done its usual trick. They've never fixed that bug, have they? I don't think they're ever going to. So, Port Hayden, if we open port up and go to weather, so 2992, 1013. So if we were to do this by hand, we are at about 298.9, something like that. So 2992 would be about there. I'm guessing this isn't synchronized when you do that though. No. What about the... Does this have an altitude readout? I don't think it does it? If it does, it will pick it up from GPS. And we've got radar altitude obviously as well. So we're at 2,000 feet or thereabouts, because obviously we've just modified that slightly. So if we were to, if we just arm that, will it creep its way back down? No, that's a shame. Let's see if it will stop itself at 2,000 on the button. We're about to find out. Yes, the vertical speed's climbing back up to 0. Oh, no it isn't. It doesn't quite understand, look, it's just crept all the way through. Because you can't arm it if it's only a short distance. So I guess you just have to put it on altitude hold when you get there. Let it creep back up. hold. And it's still not doing it. It's still creeping, look. Anyway, we're not going to worry over 10 or 20 feet. We're approaching Port Tidon. So, in terms of wind, what do we have going on at Port Tidon? Open the layout default again. So none of the runways are going to work very well for the wind. We could always go for runway 24 though. Although saying that, look at the weather. Oh dear. Let's descend. Whoa, we have a graphical anomaly happening there, look. Look at that. How strange. The shaded box has appeared near the floor. Thankfully, this is where the vectors come in really useful. So we can, without being able to see anything, go and put ourselves on a vector. We're about 3 miles out. So I'm just watching the navigation display over here on the GPS. Lovely rainstorm. Well, not really a storm, just a shower. Okay, there's flight 90 degrees. First stage of flaps.
Yeah, I
think we're going to come in straight over the top of the runway, but we'll see. Yep. So what we're going to do is a quick 180. Well, not 180. A quick 90 degrees to the right. And then a 180. certainly seen lots of different weather, haven't we, during the flight so far? So the next leg is 50 miles up to the next airfield. Autopilot on, nav mode on, altitude. There we go. Power is set, propeller is set. Off on the next leg. I'll be back with you in time for the next. I don't think we've got any ice warnings, have we? What's the outside air temperature? It's up here somewhere, isn't it? There we go. Oh, it's above zero still. Just. Out of an abundance of caution, I guess we could go and put the heating on. Boots don't do any good until there's ice on them, so there's no point doing anything with them. But it's actually warming up, look, as we come out of that rain. Back up to 2,000 feet. Way to Papa Alpha Papa November, which is Pilot Point. So yeah, people mentioning about prop pitch. I've been fairly careful all the way through the flight with propeller pitch, so you can see it's right here. I have had it towards the higher end of propeller RPM, which means lower pitch, but it's fine. It's been within limits all the way, so I'm not quite sure what caused that to lose 25% of its condition, which is really odd. We've been running well within limits all the way. Even when we had a steep climb, I've made sure that I didn't overtour. Okay, let's go and put LittleNavMap back into minimal. Stick it up in the corner of the screen. And turn my microphone off, and I'll be back in a few minutes. Okay. So what's the outside air temperature doing? Is it still, yeah, still below 0 out there? We're going to drop back down to 2,000 feet. This is driving me nuts. That's supposed to do the vertical speed. And that's just set itself to 0. And it's done it again. Altitude. The scene, and it's lost its mind again. It's bugged, it really is. Altitude 2,000, descend 1,000 feet. A minute, there we go, it's working. And come off the power. So we're coming in towards Pilot Point. So wind where we are is 15 knots from the west, but at the airport it's 100 degrees 8 knots. That's the opposite. That makes no sense. There's a discrepancy between the NOAA data and the Meteor Blue data by the look of it. So the other side of this stretch of water in the mist is a runway that's perpendicular to us, and we'll wait till we're a bit closer. How long is the runway and what is its altitude? Is almost sea level, isn't it? Yeah, 57 feet. It's 3,800 feet long. It's quite a long runway. Ogashik Bay. Got quite a long leg across to Kodiak after this. At which point I will be eating at some point along there, so I may not be back for a few minutes. That's within 1,000 feet, so at least we can see the landfall now. We're just still descending. It's all looking good. So Oscar says, hello, it's me from Norway. Again, love your channel. Thank you, Oscar. I think it's always the best introduction when someone says, it's me. Brightens the day up. Okay, we should have 4 miles out in front of us an airfield. Can't quite see it yet. It's looking pretty cold and forbidding out there, isn't it? I've got all the anti-ice measures on. It's getting colder as we go. It's about -7 out there. -7 centigrade. Three miles out. So what we'll do is turn to the reciprocal of the runway direction. There's the runway. Some sunshine breaking through the mist. Remember, we're only going for a touch and go. Is that starting to turn into ice down there? I think it might be. Or it's just when they photographed it, it was doing that.
$500.
Straightforward. So, U-turn. Autopilot on, and nav mode. Climb at 1,000 feet a minute until we get to 5,000 feet. And job's a good one. There's the next leg. Let's make that a bit smaller. I'm going to leave it like that. So let's just have a look at the notes. Mr. Bullseye says, in other news, did you happen to catch the fly-by-wire stream earlier? They gave us some great news about the A380. I read about it this morning that it's coming into alpha in the coming weeks. So I might try and get hold of it. We'll see. Should be interesting. It's just a big airplane, though, isn't it? It's going to fly just like an Airbus. I mean, I'm not trying to belittle what they've developed because it was probably enormously complicated, but yeah, it'll be interesting to see it when it comes out. Right, I'm going to step away for a minute. I'll be back a bit later. Hello. Okay, we've got a gusting wind. I haven't had dinner yet, by the way. I've just been doing other chores around that, so we'll probably be able to land before dinner happens here. So in order to make that happen, I'm going to cut out potentially visiting these last couple of airfields and go straight to Kodiak. How's the engine doing? Has it degraded any more while we've been en route? No, it hasn't. So the engine's fine. So should we push it on and see if... Although we're already doing 160 knots, we're 20 knots inside the maximum. So... yeah, if we follow the same route, but I just won't do touch and goes at Karluk and Larsen Bay, we'll go straight for Kodiak. So if we were to cut them out of the flight plan, back out of here, flight plan, and get rid of Karluk and Larsen Bay from our flight plan, and look at the map. And obviously this is the route we're flying. This is now not the trek. So I've forgotten how you do this. Menu. No. Flight plan. We have to activate the leg, don't we? From pilot point to Kodiak. So if I say Kodiak and activate that leg and say OK, and yeah, you can see the aeroplane's banking and it's off to our left. Okay, a tiny little spider just landed on my head, that was helpful. I'm wondering where the spider came from. That's the next question. It's like a money spider. Do you call them money spiders in the US, the tiny little ones? So we have, if I straight line it straight into Kodiak in order to get there before I have dinner, it's taking 29 minutes. I need to have it. I need to get there more quickly than that. So I'm going to push the engine to its limit and the RPM. Can't go beyond that amount of torque, that's the problem, because it will just kill the engine. So that is 27 minutes. Come on, little aeroplane, you can do it. We've got 15 knot tailwind. We want to remove these out of the flight plan, don't we? Remove. Delete that one. Delete that one. Shall we use some skullduggery and increase the wind? Give ourselves a tailwind to blow us towards Kodiak for a few minutes. Is that cheating? Summoning weather. Because I need to get there more quickly. Unless, I think what I might have to do, because I have to go and finish for dinner, We'll do it. I could increase the sim rate, couldn't I, if I can remember the keyboard combination to do it. So bear with me. Because I only have about 15 minutes. Flight Simulator 2020. To press R and then Control and plus to slow time down. R, Control and minus. So is that R and Control at the same time? So R, Control, plus. No. Oh, it must be the plus on the keypad. Working. I've done it twice. I have to remember that I've done it 2 times. So what does that reflect as on here? So it still shows the correct speed, even though the plane is obviously shifting at a rate of knots towards Kodiak. So can I do it a third time? Control R plus. That's 3 control pluses. Control R plus or R control pluses. We're manipulating physics in order to make it in time for dinner. I didn't even know this was possible. There we go. Well, I'd heard people doing it, but I'd never done it myself. So you can see the miles counting down over there on the TDS GTN-XI. 51 miles to go, 50 miles to go, 49, 48. Just look at the speed we're going. That's funny. No, I'm playing God because I fear my other half more than anything else. If I'm late for dinner, that will be a bad thing. I'm hoping I'm high enough to clear these mountains, you know. It looks high enough. That was a bit of a close shave. .24 miles to run at silly speed. Just turn the engine back down a bit. There's no need to be blasting it to pieces, seeing as we're manipulating physics in the same way as... Now, what's the conspiracy theory UFO aeroplane? Is it the TR-3B? The black triangle? We're manipulating space in the same manner as the TR-3B. There's the airport. And we're back to normal speed. So, off the autopilot. And there's Kodiak. So which way is... The wind was behind us, wasn't it? And there's ILS here as well, not that we need it. 9 knots from sort of behind us, so it would make sense to come in on this runway. What was the outside air temperature? It's back to 0. So it's actually warmer here than it was further east. So we're just going to and it's quite a nicely done airport, isn't it? So is this one of the airports that's had a special treatment, in quotes? It looks like the buildings are a cut above the standard. Oh, I don't know though, the actual terminal buildings look like stock AI. So we're still at 160 knots at the moment. So let's go loose up speed. So you can see the indicated airspeed is bleeding off. And we're within flaps range. So, having bent the space-time continuum to our will, in fear of my other half, should I be late for dinner? We're arriving at Kodiak.
500.
Should we actually get down onto the PAPI lights for this approach, unlike the others? Oh, they're not PAPIs, are they? It's VASI lights. We need reds and whites, please. There we go. And then try to hit the target. There we go. Flaps up, taxi down, pretty right there, isn't it? Where's the parking area then? Or have I gone past it already? Okay, my kids have just shouted that dinner's ready. So I'm going to have to park here on the taxiway, having not found my way into the base. Okay. Right, I'm going to leave it there. I'll come and fetch the aeroplane after dinner. Right. I'll see you all again soon. Take care.